Chair Rhonda Maines, my colleague Fernando Valencia, Logistics Manager Christopher Scherer, and the students of the UA Percussion Studio, let me say how glad we are that you are here with us today. I'm Chow Ragsdale, Director of Percussion Studies at the University of Arkansas, and I'll be your guide and announcer for today's events. Must say great thanks to the staff of the Jim and Joyce Faulkner Performing Arts Center here on the University campus, whose support makes this presentation possible. Senior music education major Jackie Tarvanaro was the arranger and audio video recording engineer for this performance of John Link's quintet Amidst for four marimbas and percussion. Jackie used a combination of MIDI-generated music and live performance to realize the performance. Jackie graduated from Bentonville High School, where she studied with Nick Fernandez. Here's what Jackie wrote about her experience with this project. Putting this piece together was a steep learning curve. I thought learning each part was going to take the bulk of the time, but really the production of it became the focus. I had to first plug in two of the middle marimba voices into Sibelius notation program to form a MIDI file, which I used to play along with when I recorded the three audio voices. After the video was edited and completed in GarageBand, I recorded the video part along with the audio recording, each part at a few different angles. Then I had to plan out the piece, deciding which voice had the most interesting part of that moment, watch through each footage to find the best take, and edit it all together using a Windows video editor. It took some time editing the audio and making sure there was enough variety of angles, but I had a lot of fun with this piece. We're happy to present the following program by Har-Ber High School Percussion Ensemble, directed by University of Arkansas graduate C.J. Morris. Walter Ferguson, a University of Arkansas senior music education major, is serving his music ed internship at Har-Ber, working with Mr. Morris, and is guest conducting the ensemble on an arrangement of the Tchaikovsky Sweet Dreams from Tchaikovsky's album for the Young. Let's enjoy the Har-Ber High Percussion Ensemble. Our first clinic of the day features my colleague Fernando Valencia, a native of Colombia. Professor Valencia graduated from the National University in Bogota, where he performed as percussionist with the National Wind Ensemble and the National Symphony Orchestra. He earned his master's degree in percussion performance at the University of Arkansas and the performer's certificate from Temple University, where he studied with internationally famous orchestral percussion teacher Alan Abel. Before his clinic, we're going to hear a piece called Sonocho, which is arranged for Latin hand drum ensemble, illustrating the capability of that group. And then Professor Valencia's clinic will show how to adapt Latin American sounds to the drum set. Let's get started.
everyone, my name is Fernando Valencia. I'm a percussionist and also faculty at the U of A. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Charles Ragsdale for crafting this virtual edition of the Day of Percussion and for having me presenting for you all today. Today, I'm going to talk about the drum set and its amazing possibilities when it comes to adapt or to orchestrate percussion styles and music forms from other cultures. In order to illustrate that, I'm going to demonstrate three of the most popular Latin dance styles that influence several other styles of the US. Those are the son, that influence the salsa and light jazz movements, the rumba guaguancó, and the cumbia. As you may know, the drum set as we know it today developed from a combination or a series of events that led to its current configuration. I think that one of the most important ones is the inherent human tendency of wanting to have a firm control on all of its activities in an organized way. In music, that can be seen reflected in, for example, keyboard instruments and its sets of graduated keys, a violin and its sets of graduated strings, and of course, sets of different percussion instruments in which a wide range of sounds can be covered by one person. That realization that one drummer could cover the role of several others was evident in the military percussion practices with the double drumming, and reinforced by acoustic and economic circumstances when in need of reducing costs of operation. Another event that contributed to the expansion of the drum set was the addition of exotic instruments brought by immigrants like wood blocks, temple blocks, cowbells that added a bigger palette of colors for theater work and silent movies. One more invention that consolidated the concept of one man plays all was the refinement of the use of the spring at crafting pedal mechanisms that allowed to have more control on the feet, playing bass drum and cymbals. And as I mentioned before, today we're going to explore the drum set by adapting music from other cultures. And we're going to go beyond its usual role as the rhythmic force of known styles such as rock, jazz, and funk, among many others. With this presentation, I really want to encourage you to study how the percussion parts of many styles from abroad interact and to use a familiar vehicle like a four-piece drum set to adapt those sounds, showing the audience all of the possibilities that this great instrument has to offer. Let's start with the son. The son style originates in the eastern part of Cuba and influenced heavily music styles known in the US such as mambo, salsa, and land jazz, among many others. It still is a rhythmic style that keeps influencing many aspects of the pop music of the US. The traditional instrumentation of a modern son or salsa group are the congas or tumbadoras, the timbales or pailas, the clave, the güiro, the maracas, and the bongo. All of those instruments as a rhythm section sound together like this. With our basic 4-piece drum set, we can easily recreate different aspects of the song rhythm section. For example, I can duplicate the cascada pattern on the floor tom or the rim. I can also place the widow pattern on the hi-hat and have a sense of the groove of the congas on the bass drum, like this. If I move things around, I can play the widow with my right hand and orchestrate the clave on the rim knock and the conga open tones on my bass drum, like this. This next orchestration keeps the cascada on the right hand, but this time for a different color. I'm going to play it on the right cymbal. I'm going to move the clave pattern to the hi-hat while keeping a sense of the conga groove with my left hand playing the slap tones on the rim knock and the open tones of the head of the small tom. The last adaptation of the song moves the heart of the conga pattern, the slap and open tones, to the feet, like this. While keeping the cascada and the clave with my hands, like this. Keep in mind that the initial groove that we work with today is just one of the many ways that we can play son or salsa. Percussionists during the last 70 years have been very creative and developed many ways to play son. The rumba guaguancó style originated in the urban areas of Cuba, mainly Havana and Matanzas. It is a powerful combination of drumming, singing, and dancing, and the term rumba itself means a social meeting in which all participants participate by playing, dancing, and having a good time. The traditional instrumentation of a rumba group are the salidor, the 3-2 drum or tres golpes, the quinto, clave, the kata or cáscara, and the shekere. All of those instruments, as a rhythm section, sound together like this. With our 4-basic-piece drum set, we can also easily recreate different aspects of the rumba guaguancó rhythm section. For example, I can take the melody of the salidor and the tres dos and orchestrate it on the tom-toms. Then I can put the clave and bass tone of the salidor on my feet, like this. The cascara and the clave are a key component of the rumba and can easily be played on the hi-hat and the rimrock like this. And the salidor on the bass drum like this. In this last variation, the hi-hat will play the downbeat of the shekere while orchestrating all of the congas and the rest of the ensemble ideas with the hands. The cumbia tradition originated in the upper corner of South America, and its music recreates, in equal proportions, the three main musical influences that came with the colonization process: the African roots and its drumming and colon response, the indigenous flutes, and the European poetry and outfits. The traditional instrumentation of a cumbia percussion section are the llamador, the alegre drum, the tambora, and the huache, or sometimes maraca. All of those instruments sound together like this. There are several elements on the traditional cumbia pattern that can be replicated on our 4 basic drum kit. In this first example, I'm going to take the huache pattern and easily put it on the hi-hat like this. Then I'm going to take the tambora pattern and break it down. I'm going to play the wooden part, the wooden click on the rim knock, and the head part of the tambora on the bass drum like this. In this next rendition, I will take the dried sound of the huache. I will, of course, play it on the chick sound of the hi-hat. I will take the llamador, which is the backbone of this music, and play it on the bass drum like this. And although hard to imitate due to the particular sounds that a bare hand can produce, I will play some ideas brought from the allegro drum into the snare drum, with occasionally open tones of the tambora into the floor tone. For my last orchestration, I will try to give you a sense of the full battery of traditional drums, but using the splash effect on the hi-hat and llamador on the bass drum, like this. And then I will fill the space with the tambora and allegro drums around the toms, like this. I hope this presentation can give you ideas on how to explore the drum set in different ways by taking it beyond its traditional role on jazz, rock, and funk, etc. I want to invite you to create your own adaptations of other musics of the world that are based on a hierarchy and layers of drums, such as West African drumming, percussion from India, Indonesian gamelan, and Middle Eastern drumming, among many others. Thanks for watching.
We're going to let some questions come in across the chat associated with the YouTube video and see if folks have some things that they would like to have clarified by Professor Valencia. Just to talk about the process that we've all been going through, we usually center a lot of our activities in percussion at the University of Arkansas around the percussion ensemble. And the word ensemble, of course, is a French term that means together. And ironically, we're not really able to do anything together because of the circumstances of the pandemic. But our mission here is not necessarily to do percussion ensemble in the way it's normally done. Our mission is to provide students with great experiences in music. And so we've used the circumstances of the pandemic to learn how to do things in a different way. You can probably tell that, for instance, the Latin hand drumming ensemble that you just listened to, none of those people were playing at the same time. All of those stems or all of those parts were recorded separately to a click track and then assembled in some video editing software. And the students have had to learn a lot of things about how music works. One is the value of precision, because if those individual parts are not played to an extremely high level of precision, then you can't assemble them together. There is no editing software that fixes, well, there probably is, but it's best if you have well-shaped parts before you try to put them together. Then they've had to learn how to create a click track, which is normally done with computer software of some kind, and then to balance the music so that if somebody recorded their part a little bit louder, that we can fix that, and then of course editing them together in the video software. So those are new skills that they've learned that have been necessary because of the circumstances we're in. We have a student who's monitoring the feed, and it doesn't look like we have. Do we have some questions? Oh, okay, we do.
Colton Townsend asks, what instrument should be prioritized when adapting the percussion parts to the drum set? Should it be clave, congos, lira, etc.?
So a question we have coming in: when we adapt Latin hand drumming, original Latin music to the drum set, what instrument should we prioritize in putting the adaptation together? Would it be the wiro? Would it be the conga? Which one would we prioritize? And our answer from Professor Valencia is we don't have one. Okay. Well, maybe we'll wait a few seconds. There is a little delay here and see if we get a response there. Could talk about the software that the students have been using. Notation, there have been several different softwares used. Sibelius software is maybe the most popular one in our studio, but we have students who also use Finale. We have students who use Notion. We have a lot of students who use MuseScore, which is a free or shareware software that's really quite good, and we actually have a student in our studio who gives weekly tutorials on how to use MuseScore, who's become very proficient at that. Okay, well, we'll come back and see if we have a response to that question. We'll save it for later. Our next segment is a set of 3 pieces that feature the Fayetteville High School Percussion Ensemble, first of all, conducted by Matt Briska, playing an arrangement of a segment from the Bach St. Matthew Passion, arranged by Colton Townsend, who's a junior student at the University of Arkansas, but who graduated from Fayetteville High School and who studied with Matt Briska. The second piece that we'll hear is also by Colton Townsend. It's a piece that he composed as a concerto for snare drum that's inspired by Bob Becker's piece Mudra, for those of us who maybe know that piece, very famous piece in the snare drum with accompaniment category. And then the third piece is an arrangement of a Philip Glass piece, Madeira River, which was done by Roxee Boyd of our studio. Roxee's from West Fork, Arkansas, where she studied percussion with Corey Robbins and is a junior in our music education program now as a percussionist. And so those 3 pieces we'll now hear as a set. Well, welcome back. We did get an answer to Colton Townsend's question about the Latin percussion application to drum set. The question from Colton was, when taking a hand drumming example and adapting it to play on the drum set, which instrument should you prioritize? And the answer from Professor Valencia, who's answering in remotely today, was that it depends on the situation, which is a good indication of the fact that in music, using your own creativity is always a good idea, and that there never is only one answer. So I think be ready to be adaptable to that, and don't be afraid of a decision that you might make. It's probably not the wrong one. It's probably not the only one, but it's probably not the wrong one. We are going to take a break at this point, and we'll be back with Mark Boseman's clinic at 11 a.m. So join us then, and we'll see you in a few minutes. We're back. Dr. Mark Boseman is a percussionist who specializes in both contemporary solo percussion as well as contemporary chamber music. His performance encompasses a variety of styles that range from standard orchestral repertoire and contemporary chamber music to popular music styles. In addition, Mark has performed with a wide variety of ensembles, ranging from the Civic Orchestra of Chicago to small chamber groups. Dr. Boseman holds bachelor's and master's degrees from the University of Arkansas and Northwestern University, and a doctorate of musical arts degree from the Eastman School of Music. His primary teachers have included Michael Burrett, Chalon Ragsdale, Bill Kahn, James Ross, Charles Ross, Rich Thompson, and Paul Wartico. He currently teaches at Texas A&M University International. Let's welcome Mark Boseman as he presents his marimba clinic.
Thank you for the couple of people that are actually being able to be here. And what I'm assuming is people watching on the internet. Normally I have a screen of people that I can kind of see their reactions, but there's no screen in here, so I'm going to try to make this as less awkward as humanly possible. So that was a piece, I'm sure, hopefully a lot of you know that, by Ivan Trevino called Strive to be Happy. Thankfully, I can consider Ivan one of my really good friends, and so whenever I get a chance to play his music, I try to do that. But the other reason I chose it, other than the fact that I kind of had it in my hands over the past few months from recording it, was because it's probably something that you all are either familiar with, or you're playing with, or playing right now, or you have or will probably play some of Ivan's music in the future. And it really translates to just a couple of the things that I was gonna talk about today. So I'm gonna talk for a few minutes about a few things, and then if you guys have some questions, I think they're putting them in the chat, right? And then they will get relayed to me, and I will try to answer them as intelligently as humanly possible. So I chose this piece because Ivan really likes simple melodies. And I think that's one of the things that gets lost when we play a lot of times. I don't know if you have all noticed this, but not only marimba music, but percussion music in general, there's a lot of notes. Composers like to write lots of notes for us, which is cool. Most of the time, sometimes it's a little tricky, but there's a lot of notes in there. And so what I found is not all of them are as important as some of the other ones. So if you're learning a piece of music, or if you've already learned a piece of music, you get to that end part where you've learned all the notes and you can play through it. And then you kind of pat yourself on the back, you go get yourself something to eat. And then the next question inevitably is, what am I supposed to do right now? I've got all the notes learned, I'm kind of playing the dynamics. What's the next step? What am I supposed to be doing? And it was a question that I used to ask myself all the time, especially in the practice room by myself, isolated from the world. So that's kind of the question I wanted to kind of help you guys answer a little bit. And I'm going to use this piece to try to help show you some of the answers that I came up with. The first thing I would say is, try to find in the piece what's actually really important. What are the notes? What's the melody? That's what we're going to call the melody. What's actually really important? And if you strip away all of the extra stuff that's in there, and the extra stuff is really important, but if you strip away all of that stuff, a lot of times you're left with something that's actually pretty simple. So I'll take this opening thing out of Strive to be Happy. It's after the kind of 16th note written out chorale part. It sounds like this, except for the wrong notes. So we have that little phrase, and there's a lot of notes in there. But a lot of times it's like, okay, what am I supposed to do with all of these notes? And if you take away everything that's not the melody, you're left with this. You're left with those three notes in the opening part. Okay? So lots of notes, but what's really, really important is this. And then if we go on, so we go. So those are the really, really important notes. Everything else is kind of important. It helps kind of keep the piece going. It helps facilitate what's going on harmonically. But at the end of the day, it's just this. So you got to isolate those notes and figure them out. So what I suggest doing, and this is what I tell my students to do all the time, and they get annoyed with me, but it's fine, that's my job, is I tell them to strip away everything that's not what we're really going for. So in this case, it's just these three notes. So that's easier than having to play everything else. The next thing you're going to do is, okay, what can I do with those three notes? What can I do from a dynamic standpoint that may not be written in there? Because if you look at Ivan's music, he doesn't write a whole lot of dynamics in his music. I don't know if anybody's out there got some of his music handy, but next time you look at it, they're pretty sparse, and that's on purpose. He prides himself on doing that because he wants it to be unique for everybody. So he purposely doesn't write a whole lot of dynamics in there. So the question is, what are we supposed to do with those basically 3 notes? So the first thing you can do is kind of one of the more basic things is simply do something we call following the line. And if following the line basically means if you're going this way on the instrument, which is to say lower, you're going to get a little bit softer. And then if you're going this way on the instrument, you're going to get a little bit louder. So that's kind of your first basic introduction in how to phrase things that may not always be written in the music. It's just to simply follow the line. So that's what I'll do. I'll try. If I can get my mouth in the right spot. So it'll sound like this. Softer going down, a little bit louder going up. So I'm going to put it back into context, adding everything else in there. So now we've got this line that's sticking out on top of everything else, and everything else is there to support it, but now we've got this really simple melody that's now got a little bit of direction to it. Because that's what you want. The last thing you want is to basically have a melody that doesn't really go anywhere. We want to make sure that no matter what's happening in the music, that we're always going somewhere. Even if it's probably one of the more basic things, like following the line, it's at least going somewhere. And it's something that we can all kind of latch onto. Even if you're not a musician, you can latch onto these things. If I'm playing this piece for musicians, non-musicians, they're probably not going to hear everything in the piece. I mean, I'm probably not going to hear everything in the piece. But when you start to isolate those really important things and pay attention to them and give them a lot of direction, then kind of these overlying and larger ideas and melodies really start to come through. And that's where you start to have some success with people really connecting with you with your music. So we can follow the line. Another thing you could do, just to play around with it, is to maybe do the opposite. Maybe say, I'm not quite sure about this. I don't know if I like that. Because ultimately it's up to you. You're the one playing this, just like I'm the one playing this. So you get to make the decisions. That's the fun part in music, is it's your decision. So the next logical thing is, okay, what happens if I do the opposite? And you just say, okay, I'm going to reverse that. See if I can do it. Ah. It's a little bit tricky, but it's something different. Or maybe you come up with another idea. The idea is that you figure out, A, what's important, and that you isolate it, strip away everything that else is that's supporting that, and then figure out, what am I going to do with this? To where if you're playing for somebody who knows nothing about music, or if you're playing for somebody who knows everything about music, everybody within that spectrum is going to get something out of it. Okay? So, how am I doing on time? Doing good? All right, make sure I don't, go on too long. So, that's what I would say about melody. The other thing I want to talk about is kind of how to put a piece together, and specifically kind of talking about phrasing. Because one of the things that I try to think about, whether I'm playing this or whether I'm playing Bach or whether I'm playing Schwantner or any of these types of pieces, I want to make sure that I'm thinking big to small rather than small to big. And what I mean big to small is this is going to sound like a very big oversimplification of, music in general. But the idea is to basically get from the first note of the piece to the last note of the piece, right? We want to make sure that we get from the beginning to the end. And we want to make sure that the beginning to the end has kind of a centralized idea. Okay, how am I connecting this very first note to this very last note? Some pieces are very, transparent about that. Some pieces are not. So as you're thinking about these things, think big to small. Okay, first note to last note. And then start kind of chopping the piece up into different sections. So taking this piece for example, we have this opening section. That ends at this part. And then here we have the next section. We have the middle section. And then after that, we have a return to this opening section. It's a little bit different. And then right after that, we have just a little bit of a coda, which is just this kind of little tail at the end of the piece that kind of revisits the first part. That ends the piece. So we've got this opening section, we've got this middle section, we've got kind of a return to the opening section, and then we've got this little coda at the end. So now we've gone from, okay, connecting the very first piece, or from the first note to the last note to, okay, we're doing that, but now we've got these chunks that kind of help guide us the way. And then within those chunks, we have kind of smaller chunks. So taking the opening part again, we have smaller things, they're phrases. Have that again. We add something to it. And then it changes. So what you want to do is when you kind of get this piece put together, or any piece that you're putting together, look for places where you can say, okay, something starts here. A good place to start is the beginning, because it actually does start there. And then you play until it starts to sound like, okay, this could be the end of something. Is it the actual end of something? Could be. That's more things to study. But kind of go on what you're hearing and kind of what you're feeling is, okay, this could be the end of something. And then maybe mark it in your music and then say, okay, this is the beginning of something else. And then kind of start playing until it feels like you have kind of the end of an idea. And as you're doing this, you're kind of working your way from the beginning to the end, and you're kind of chunking it together, and you start to kind of build in all of these little phrases and little ideas that are inspired by the entire piece. So what I would suggest is just start opening your ears up. Start asking yourself, okay, where does this feels like it starts somewhere, and where does it end? Okay, it ends kind of here, and then you kind of mark it. And then that starts to let you put the piece together from a bigger standpoint, as opposed to kind of working yourself in from kind of each individual note. Because for a long time, I would get lost in kind of each individual note, kind of losing sight of the big picture. So those would be kind of the two things that I would say. Find the really important notes, melody, pull them out of the texture. Just play what's really important and figure out a way that you can kind of shape them. Start by following the line or doing the opposite or something like that, so that it feels like you're always going somewhere. Because the last thing you want when you're playing is to feel like kind of you're not going anywhere. So, and then from a putting the piece together standpoint, think big to small. It's our job to get from the beginning to the end and, say something and then kind of work your way that way, as opposed to getting lost in kind of all the really, really small stuff that we all have a tendency to get lost into. So do you want to open it up to some questions? Do we want to do some questions real quick? Are there any questions?
There's one.
All right, sweet. We have a question.
All right, it's from DJ Talbot.
Okay.
He asks, is finding the melody of a piece objective, or is it more subjective and personal opinion, or does it depend on the piece?
Wow, that's a really good question. Okay, so can you repeat that one more time so I can, because I'm saying this right too? Okay.
Is finding the melody of a piece
So the question is, does finding the melody kind of objective, or is it kind of a more personal decision? That'd be kind of a good way to do it. A lot of the times it's baked in there pretty well. Especially if we're just looking at Ivan's music, he kind of lays it out there really, really clearly. Sometimes, I mean, I think there could be some kind of personal things in there that you could say, okay, I kind of really want to bring this out. But I think a lot of times, and this is just kind of me. Maybe it's just me talking, but a lot of times the melodies are pretty out there. You just kind of have to dig for them, and that's not to say that maybe you dig and find something else that somebody else doesn't find. So I guess the answer to that would be I'm not sure, because I've never thought about that. That's a really fantastic question. So I'll kind of go with the more personal, subjective approach to it. I guess what I would say is start digging, no matter what. Just make sure that you're thinking about these things to kind of pull out of a piece, because that's the first step. Is kind of like what I said, and kind of what I started off at the beginning with was, okay, I've learned the notes. Now what am I supposed to do? And I think that digging process and listening and recording yourself is kind of that first step. Now, whether or not you find a melody that the composer intended for you to find, or you find something else that you find really interesting, I can't really say, because I think everybody's a little bit different. So what I would say is, whatever it is that you find, try to do something that you find interesting because you want it to be interesting, and B, something that you can try to connect not only with the piece with, but also so that you can kind of connect and convey to the audience. Because at the end of the day, we treat the audience like they don't know anything a lot of times. And that's kind of our job, and is to kind of spoon feed the audience and say, okay, this is what I want you to hear. You're going to hear this, and it's our job to make them hear that. You kind of, spoon feed everybody. So to kind of wrap up the question, I'm not quite sure, but start digging. And then whatever you find, make sure that you have some direction to it and that you can kind of convey that to the audience as best you can. I hope that was okay. Is there another question?
There is.
All right, another question.
It's from Shaylee from Bentonville.
Okay.
How do you recommend shaping a loud section of a piece?
How do I recommend shaping a loud section of the piece? Okay. Let me see if I can come up with a good answer. So the best way that I can describe this is how to shape a loud section of the piece. I would say by making sure that you have plenty of other soft things in there to make it feel like it means something. So I don't know if it's necessarily shaping the loud part as it is setting it up with something that's going to make it feel more meaningful. Generally speaking, we kind of think of the loud parts as these kind of peaks and valleys. Okay, these are the really big moments that I want to think of in the piece, or that I really want to emphasize in the piece. And those tend to be the loud sections, even though they don't always have to be. That's kind of the fun part. So what I would say is shaping the loud parts of the piece. Set it up with something softer so that it really feels like we get there. And then make sure that whatever it is that you're trying to get us to hear, make sure that you're really clear about it. Make sure that, okay, this is the spot of the piece and this is the part of the loud part that I really want you to be focused in on. So I really like playing quietly, if hopefully you could tell that in the performance. So set it up. It's all in the setup, and then kind of what you do after that. Maybe it's getting a little bit quieter after that. So kind of making that loud part feel louder by everything else being a little bit softer by comparison. I hope that answers the question. The other part of it is it depends on the piece too. So if you've got a really aggressive piece, then you can you're going to do that differently than maybe on a less aggressive piece like one of Ivan's tunes. So I hope that answered the question. Yes? No? Maybe? Maybe? Shaylee, I hope that answered your, I hope that helps something. Is there any more questions?
There is
All right, one more.
from Christopher Morris, and he asks, as you've gotten to know your students at the university level, what are the most beneficial things they did before they got to you that developed them as musicians?
So the question was, what was the most beneficial thing that my students have done before getting to college? And I'm assuming that they are kind of interested in that, maybe, so that they're kind of going on in music. So I'll try to answer this in two parts. One is, what's the most beneficial thing they did for me in kind of studying with private lessons? And then the other part will be beneficial things that they did before starting college. So I think probably the most beneficial thing that they've done before coming to me, I guess the safe answer would be work on their technique, because I'm kind of a stickler about that. But to be honest, getting in touch with students who are already there and talking to them and figuring out kind of what it means to transition from high school to college, because it's a much different thing. And then kind of working on their work ethic as far as kind of being self-motivated, because they meet with me once a week, and I hear them through the walls and I bang on the walls and tell them they're playing a wrong note or something like that, which is great. But I think it's kind of an overall just attitude of, okay, this is what I want to do now, and you kind of have to switch gears from being in high school where everything's very regimented to where in college it's not quite so regimented, and there's more put on you to kind of push yourself, even though that I'll definitely push them. So it really doesn't have anything to do with like, okay, I want you to move your thumb, half an inch this way and these fingers half an inch this way. We work on that. But it's more of kind of an internal kind of personality thing, and how they view practicing and how they interact with other people. As far as if they're going into college that has nothing to do with me, practice piano and read up a little bit on music theory. I know those are kind of weird answers, but yeah, get a piano book and start practicing that, because you're probably going to have at least 4 semesters of that will make your life a lot easier. So yeah, cool. Any more questions? How are we doing on time? I think that's it, right? Is it lunchtime? I don't want to impede on anybody's lunchtime, because that's not cool for me to do.
Well, we can make a few minutes. That's the schedule for another few minutes.
Okay.
I have a question just in general.
Okay.
Can you think of a time that you've heard a performance of a piece that was spot on perfect, but maybe a little bit sterile, and another performance of the same piece that had flaws, but was maybe more passionate?
Yes.
Perhaps your experiences with those?
Yes, I can. There's a few times that's happened, and I can kind of preface this by, so since 2012, I've been making regular trips to teach in Japan, and obviously I haven't been over there in 9 months now, because there's this thing kind of going on. So in the Japanese tradition, it is kind of favorable for students to be very technically perfect. It's also kind of the goal for students to come out sounding exactly like their teachers. So it's kind of this carbon copy of student to teacher, student to teacher. So every time I go over there, I'm amazed at the technical ability and the accuracy that I hear. It makes me feel bad about myself. Not really, but you get it. But what's always lacking is kind of that, kind of raw musicality that we always want to hear, that a lot of times goes hand in hand with it not being perfect. So one of the things that I do when I go over there is I try to get them to come out of their shell a little bit, and to where everything isn't quite so clean and polished. And sometimes you just kind of have to go for it a little bit. Sometimes you just have to risk, you know, hitting some wrong notes in there, or maybe something going wrong, for the sake of really kind of going for it. You know, we talked about, you know, how do you phrase the loud sections? Kind of in those louder sections, maybe you just, you know, kind of throw a little bit of caution to the wind and say, you know, I might miss a few extra notes here. It may not be as perfect, but it's going to really amp up what I'm trying to say musically. So that's what I hear a lot of times when I go over there, and it's often a challenge, because when I'm teaching lessons or when I'm teaching a master class over there, I start to talk about these things, and it's kind of like, A, I am speaking a different language, so it's not like I'm speaking a different language. I am speaking a different language. But B, oftentimes it's the first time they've ever heard anybody, you know, say something like that. I remember the first time, I think somebody was playing Keiko Abe's Marimba d'Amour, which is a very challenging piece. And I remember just kind of like stopping her and just saying, hey, go for it a little bit more, you know, at the risk of maybe missing a few notes. Just really go for it. Find these spots that, you know, you find you're really passionate about, and go for it. And it took her maybe 4 or 5 tries of, you know, not understanding what was happening, and then all of a sudden it happened. Like there's like a little flash of it, and it kind of took her by surprise. And then she did it again, and there was a little bit more. She did it again, and there was a little bit more. And I could see kind of the individual kind of peeking through the traditional Japanese method of, you know, sound exactly like these people. And at the end of the day, Keiko Abe is at the top of the mountain, so everybody's going to sound like her. So she's the queen of the mountain, and then every kind of soaks down from there. So that's been my experience. And the thing I say is, you know, everybody's different, and that's a good thing, because it means that no two things are going to sound the same, and that it's not about playing everything perfect. I mean, when I played at the beginning here, I made a couple little mistakes, and that's okay. Whenever I record my YouTube videos, which hopefully you guys will check out if you feel so inclined, I don't edit them, and there's wrong notes in there that drive me nuts when I listen back to them. But at the end of the day, I'm also a human being, and those notes are going to be in there. So it's kind of my trade-off of, this isn't perfect, but at the same time, there's something there that really is saying what I want it to say. So you're going to miss notes. Welcome to being a human being. It's just make sure you're saying something with the ones you're hitting. Hope that was a cool answer, an okay answer. Do we have any more questions from the chat?
Do we have time for one more?
Yeah,
We got time for one more question, and then you guys can go eat.
you might have a question too.
I have a question, yes. Would you rather be the star of a losing team or the worst on a winning team? You can think about this in ensembles.
Would I rather be the star of a losing team or the worst on a winning team? Can I be in the middle? I think if I'm trying to relate this to like some kind of ensemble situation, I think I'd rather be kind of an okay player on a winning team, just because at least because no matter what, you're still going to contribute something. Even if you're not the best player in there, you're never going to be the best. There's always going to be somebody who's better than you, and there's always going to be somebody who may be, you know, perceived as worse than you. So I would say I'd rather be part of a really good collective musical performance, even if I'm in the background. And to be honest, I've been there, because during my days here at the University of Arkansas, back in the early 2000s, which seems like a lifetime ago, I was in the Latin ensemble. What was it called? Is it salsa band or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was in a salsa band, and I had no idea what I was doing. And so for the entire first year, the only thing that I played was the güiro. I was the güiro guy, so I played the güiro. So I got really good at güiro. But everybody else in there knew what they were doing, and they were stars, and they were really good at what they do. And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, but this is gonna be fun. And it was one of the most fun ensembles I'd ever been in, even though I was relegated to playing only the güiro. It was fun. I mean, it was a blast. I loved going in there every Wednesday or whatever it was. And so I have been the worst player in an ensemble, and I had a blast doing it. So there we go. I answered the question, kind of. So with a good example. Cool.
And then Roxee, you had a question.
Do you have a question? Oh, that was your question. Did I answer it all right? All right, cool. All right, very cool. We good for
Good.
to go on?
We'll be back at,
All right.
I don't know if I need to announce this. We're going to be back at 12:15. You can tell them that.
We'll be back at 12:15. Have a great lunch. I hope you have something good to eat. And thank you. And I'll make sure that, maybe we get my contact information out as a part of this, so that if you guys have any other questions, you guys can send me an email or something like that, and I'll be happy to answer it as best I can. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're back for our afternoon session of the University of Arkansas Virtual Day of Percussion. We're going to hear Dr. Mark Boseman give us a clinic on music using the snare drum as the vehicle here in a few minutes. But to lead into that, we're going to listen to some interesting percussion ensembles composed in inspiration to the Deluse 12 etudes, 12 etudes. Jacques Deluse is one of the most famous French percussionists of all time, lived from 1933 to 2015. He was a fantastic pianist as well as percussionist, a multi-talented person. His 12 etudes, 12 etudes, have been a standard part of the advanced snare drum repertoire for 50 years. When Yoshio Yamashita, a University of Arkansas junior percussionist from Russellville, majoring in composition, started studying the pieces, he became aware of efforts by the New York percussionist Pablo Riepi and Rob Knopper to develop click tracks and even piano accompaniments to provide these etudes with a musical context. Yoshio decided to go even a step further and developed a set of compositions for percussion ensemble that stand by themselves but also can be played with the snare drum parts to the Deluse etudes. So we're going to listen now to what will be a part of Yoshio's senior honors thesis, percussion ensembles inspired by the Deluse 12 etudes. Well, now that we've bathed in the music of Jacques Delacluse, let's return to Dr. Mark Boseman for a clinic on making music with the snare drum.
All right, thank you. Played way back in the day with snare drum. Marimba, even though that's kind of what's mostly on my YouTube channel and what I tend to play a lot of, that was actually kind of a later thought. So snare drum and drum set was actually kind of my first instrument. So I really enjoy getting to talk about this. This afternoon, I kind of wrestled around with what I was going to talk about. So I settled on talking about snare drum rolls. It's something that we can all get better at, myself included. It's something that we're all trying to work on, trying to unlock the mysteries of how to play snare drum rolls. So what I'm going to go through today is I'm just going to talk about how I approach snare drum rolls, how I practice a little bit of snare drum rolls, and then, like in the last session, I will answer it up to some questions. The last questions we got were some really good ones, so hopefully you guys can come up with ways to try to confuse me again and make me think about this stuff. So the first thing that I talk about, especially with my students about is for snare drum rolls, is why do we do them? And the answer that they always give me is, well, it's our way of playing long tones. We don't really get to play long tones. This is basically what we have to work with. And that's pretty much it. So the normal answer is how to play long tones. But for me, it's less about playing long tones and coming up with ways to trick audiences into thinking that we can play long tones. It's a big kind of cat and mouse game between us and the audience, of us trying to fool them and pull the wool over their eyes to think that we can do something that we actually really can't do. It's the same thing with marimba rolls, timpani rolls. Any type of roll, it's about, creating this illusion of being able to play long tones, because we can't. We kind of have to, given what we work with. So I'm going to walk you through kind of the way I teach my students and the way I approach it, and then give you a few exercises that I've kind of stolen from other parts of percussion that I've worked on. So the first thing that I like to talk about with my students when we talk about rolls is, how does a snare drum work? What actually has to happen in order for us to produce a sound? So normally, if there were people here and the world were spinning as normal, I would have somebody come up and we'd have this big question and answer thing of what happens in this and what happens when you do this. But since we don't have that, we'll just do our best. So the first thing that happens, I know this will seem a little bit basic, is we hit the top drum head. And then what happens after that is that drum head starts to vibrate. Okay? Yes, very basic. We all kind of know it. So the next question I would ask is, what happens after that? Because we have this process of hitting the drum head, and then all of a sudden, like magic, we have a snare drum sound. So inside the drum, you can look in there. You can look in the underside of the head if you have a clear head, and you may not see anything. But in reality, there's actually a lot of stuff in there. It's the stuff we breathe every day called air. Your drum is filled up with air. So when you hit that top drum head, it gets the drum head vibrating and starts pushing the air down into the bottom head, which in turn gets in that vibrating a little bit. And then on top of that, after that, you get the head vibrating, and then the snares snap against the bottom head. So that's how your snare drum works. So the idea behind not only playing non-rolls, but rolls is, how do we get as much out of that as humanly possible? And the way I like to think of it is, it's going to do a really good job on its own without us trying to mess it up. And what I say when I say that is, I mean, what we want to do is we want to get as much air moving from the top head to the bottom head without getting in its way. And the best way to get in its way is by stopping the vibration. And the way we do that by stopping the vibration is actually by pushing the stick into the drum head. So when you do that, you're actually stopping the vibration of the head, because the stick is now touching the drum head, and it's now impeding what's going on. So, as opposed to kind of pushing the stick into the drum head, which I'll say this, when you're standing directly over the drum, it sounds kind of like it should. Kind of sounds like a drum roll, because all of a sudden the stick is staying on the head for a fraction of a second longer. You're getting a little bit more contact with that top drum head, and it's making it sound like it should. It's making it sound like you're extending the ring time, if you want to say, of the drum head. But the problem is, it's going to sound great to you, but if you walk 5, 10, 15, 30 feet away from it, it's going to sound completely different. You are getting, much like keyboard instruments like the vibraphone or the marimba that's not on stage anymore, you're getting all of the sound. It's all coming directly back into your ears. You're hearing everything. So, but once you walk away from the instrument, even 5 or 10 feet, you start to lose all that, because now the sound starts getting bounced off the walls. You start losing it to the noise floor. You start losing it to the air conditioner that may be running off in the background. You start getting a much more diluted idea of what this thing is supposed to sound like. And so we have to adjust to that. So when you're playing these snare drum rolls and you're pressing into the head a little bit to try to draw out a little bit more sound, you're actually working against yourself, because you're now stopping the drum head from vibrating. Okay? So what we want to do is we want to basically activate the drum head vibrating and then get out of the way. The longer you stick around, the worse you're going to make it and the more awkward you're going to make it. So instead of thinking of pushing the drumstick into the head, limit how many strokes you're going to have when you actually play, and open it up a little bit. So going from this to this. So once again, going from more pressed in sound here to a little bit more open sound. And what that's going to do is that's going to allow the drum head to vibrate a little bit more. You're not getting in its own way. It's going to sound like the drum opens up a little bit. And to you, because you're right on top of the drum head, it's going to sound really open. I don't know if it comes across through the microphones. Obviously, if a lot of you were standing around here, you'd be able to hear it. Hopefully, it's coming through the microphones. But it's something that hopefully all of you can kind of go to a drum after this, or maybe during a break or something like that, and just play around with, how open and closed your bus strokes are. Because when you do it, when you open it up, it's going to sound really open, almost to the point if you're playing like a double stroke roll. Now, it shouldn't sound like that, but it's going to sound closer to that than it would if you're actually pressing into the head. As far as how many strokes to put into each one of these buzz strokes, for me, I tend to do 3. Because I kind of like to get out of my own way. Some people will do 4, some people may do 5. It just kind of depends on, what you feel comfortable with and kind of what naturally comes out. So what we're trying to do, kind of going back, by not pushing the sticks into the head, now you're letting the head vibrate a lot more freely, which is in turn going to push more air through the drum, which is in turn going to open up the sound. Okay? So I'll play just a snare drum roll kind of both ways, so hopefully you can hear it. I'll do it with the snares off, and then I'll also do it with the snares on. So first one, I'm going to press into the head. Okay, now I'm going to open up the strokes a little bit to let the head vibrate just a little bit more. Once again, pressing into the head. Now opening it up a little bit. And And hopefully, even coming through the microphones and through the magic of the internet, you'll be able to hear that one of them sounds a little bit more choked and a little bit more closed off. I don't know, can you guys hear a difference? Okay, the people who are in the audience seem to hear a difference. Maybe they're just humoring me. Hopefully not. But okay, they're shaking their heads now. So, okay, well, I appreciate that. But hopefully the second one has a little bit more of an open quality to it. So now let me do, on top of that, I'll switch the snares on, and I'm going to press into the drum head. Okay, there was the pressing in. I'm going to open it up just a little bit. Once again, closed. And then open. So hopefully the second one of the two has a little bit fuller sound to it. And like I said earlier, it's going to sound extremely open to you. It's going to sound almost like, is this really even a buzz roll anymore? But it's not really supposed to sound like a buzz roll to you. It's supposed to really sound like a buzz roll to everybody else. Because that's the goal, is to, once again, trick everybody, musicians and non-musicians alike, into thinking that we can actually do something that we can't actually really do. And that's kind of the challenge, and that's kind of the fun part, and that's why, those of us who spend a lot of time in college spend exorbitant amount of time in a practice room playing snare drum rolls so that we can try our best into tricking people into thinking that it's something we can't do. So just to kind of, before I jump into the next little thing, just to kind of go through it again. Once again, you're basically trying to activate the head vibrating to move as much air as possible without getting in the way. It's very similar on timpani. Basically, get out of your own way. The longer you stay around, the worse it's going to get. So if you see yourself, really pressing into the head because it sounds like a buzz roll to you, try to think of opening up a little bit. And one way you can try to open up a little bit is, a lot of times we put a little bit too much pressure on the fulcrum, a little bit too much pressure just in general. So try to loosen your hands up just a little bit to see if you can open up some of those buzz strokes. So that's what I would say about that. Now, how to actually work on them. I try to think as simple as possible. So back in my earlier days, I was also a part of a drum line here at the University of Arkansas, also in high school. So I'm guessing that if more than a few of you out there have played your fair share of roll exercises in drumline. So probably the most basic one is this one. Yes, we're all possibly having cold sweats and having memories of standing out in a parking lot somewhere. It's probably raining or freezing cold, or you're about to have a heat stroke, playing that exercise over and over and over again. So hopefully, I brought back good memories, but memories of passing out too. So what I did, to be perfectly honest, was I just repurposed all of those exercises for what I'm doing in the concert hall. So that turned into this. And I just took the exact same exercise. I took all of those memories that I had about consistency, good tone, good sound production, and I just superimposed all the things that I'd been taught about orchestral and concert snare drum rolls on top of this thing that I already knew how to do. So it wasn't about trying to relearn something. It was about adjusting something that I already knew into a new place, a new medium, whether it's a recital hall, whether it's a concert hall, whether it's a practice room, whether it's my teacher's office, wherever it was. I just wanted to say, okay, I already know these things. I have to know these things, so I'm going to superimpose these things and kind of stick them all together and make it work for me in a different way. So as I'm warming up, I'm just taking that exercise and improvising a little bit on it. So If I want to work on just one individual hand, I'll just work on one buzz stroke at a time. So I'll just take some 16th notes, and I'm just going to, whenever I feel comfortable, throw a buzz on there. So that I work on going from buzz stroke to 16th notes and back and forth. So I'm literally just improvising. That's the nice thing about improvisation as far as this goes, is you're not going to play anything wrong because you're making it up. So that's kind of a nice, takes a little bit of the pressure off. After that, you can say, okay, I'm going to combine the two. So I want to combine my right and my left hand. So I'm just going to go from one buzz stroke in a row, or one buzz stroke to two in a row. Work on them that way, and then you'd say 4 in a row or 8 in a row, and then you kind of develop your own exercises. Maybe it's one that you used when you were in drumline, maybe it's just something that you made up. But the idea is behind saying, okay, I have this understanding of something I've already done before, now I'm just going to make something new out of it. Okay? I'm talking to you like, there's people there. So sorry, I knew it was bound to happen at some point where I was like, okay, and it is there. So that's what I would do. So when I'm warming up or I'm practicing, I set my metronome. I want to do a couple of different dynamics, because rolls that are really loud, forte, fortissimo, are going to feel a lot different than rolls that are piano and pianissimo. So I will set my metronome to different tempos. So generally, the louder ones, I'm going to go faster. So maybe I set my metronome to like quarter note equals 130. And I play through these, old drumline exercises, a few times just to get my hands loose. And then, okay, I'm going to practice my rolls that are mezzo piano, mezzo forte, and I'm going to bring it down to maybe like 120 and use 16th notes as my bass. And then when I want to work on the panic-inducing soft rolls that we all are terrified of, especially in an audition situation, okay, I'm going to work on those maybe a little bit longer than I would on the loud rolls. But I'm going to bring my metronome down to maybe 110 or something like that and use the 16th notes. So that way, you're getting the feel for, okay, I know how it feels to play loud, and I know how to play it feels to play soft. And then you just kind of go through there. Before I talk about the last thing, what you want to really focus on is consistency. And what I mean by consistency is, how do the rolls sound when they're loud versus how do the rolls sound when they're soft? Because the soft rolls tend to have a little more of that pressed in kind of feeling to them. So whatever we're doing at a loud dynamic, we want to make sure that we're mirroring at a soft dynamic. So kind of going back to these more open buzz strokes, there's the loud, and we want it to sound the same at the soft. So loud versus soft. So that the last thing we want to do is have a crescendo where the roll quality changes from a more pressed in roll to a more open roll. So I'll try to do a crescendo. I'll try to do 2 crescendos, one where it changes and then one where it doesn't. And hopefully it'll come through the microphones and the internet. So the first one, I'm going to press in at the soft part and then open it up as we get loud. So when I did that, it changed about halfway through because all of a sudden the way I was playing started changing. So now I'm going to keep it consistent all the way throughout. And hopefully it will have a nice, not only consistent crescendo, but also a nice consistent quality of sound. Hopefully that came through. Yeah. So whatever you're doing soft, make sure that you're doing loud, and then whatever sound quality you have at the loud stuff, make sure you're doing it at the soft. And like I said, the best way to do it is to just take these exercises, whatever you're going to do, even if it's just for a couple of minutes every day before you start working on whatever it is that you're working on, that you work on, making sure that it's the same, loud and soft. The last thing I'll talk about really quickly before we have some questions. Hopefully we had a couple of questions, right? Yes, we have questions. Thank you, guys. There's not that awkward 10 minutes of, does anybody have a question? So the last thing I want to talk about is how to actually organize your roll. So rolls tend to fall into two categories. We have our unmetered rolls and we have our metered rolls. The vast majority of the time you're going to play things very metered out. So you want to organize your rolls to where you, A, feels like there's some consistency within the roll, and B, you won't get lost in the roll. And when I say lost in the roll, we've all had the experience of you start rolling in the middle of an etude or a piece and the tempo kind of goes out of the room and you're kind of just stuck there and you don't know what's going on. So unmetered rolls are, next time you play the Star Spangled Banner, that's an unmetered roll. You don't need to count that out or anything like that. Just start rolling and we all kind of know where to stop and to start. So you don't have to worry about that. But metered rolls, we want to put something underneath it. And what I mean by underneath it, I mean we want to put a roll base or a roll skeleton that helps us organize the roll. And what I mean by the roll skeleton, the roll base, if you aren't familiar with this, it's an underlying note value. So let's just say our tempo, I don't know what number this is, but it's right here. Actually, we'll go a little quicker. So if we have to play a whole note roll, we want to make sure that it's A, consistent from the way it sounds, and B, we want to make sure it's in time because we're supposed to be in time, right? We're percussionists. That's what we do. That's our wheelhouse. So what we're going to do is instead of just putting a random number of strokes in there and kind of hoping that we land on the downbeat, is we're actually going to put an underlying note value in there, okay? And what we want is something that's not too slow, but also not too fast, because if it's too slow, it's not going to sound like a roll. It's not going to give us that quality that we're trying to trick people into thinking we can do. If it's a little bit too fast, then we start to overload the drum head, and it starts to kind of lose some of that sound quality. So we want to make sure that it's right in the sweet spot. So if we're here, I'm going to choose something simple. I'm just going to choose 16th notes. Okay, there's our roll base or roll skeleton or whatever you want to call it. That's what we're going to stick all of these, very open, sorry, I lost track of thought, buzz strokes on top of. So we're going from here to now, we put the buzz strokes on top of it, and here's our whole note. Okay? Now, roll skeletons and roll bases change depending on a couple of things. One, they're going to change on how fast are we going. So let's take the same whole note roll, let's speed the tempo up to where now, here's our 16th note. And here's our buzz. That's a little bit too fast because it starts to lose some of that open quality to it. So what we have to do is we have to adjust the note value that we're placing under it. So we're just going to kind of go one down, go from 16th notes to 8th note triplets. So now we get that kind of open quality back by slowing down or expanding the roll bass. If we're going down in tempo, so it's going to be a lot slower, then we're going to have to actually increase the roll speed. So here's our new tempo. If we're doing 16th notes again, we're going to roll on top of them. Doesn't really sound like a roll or more. It doesn't really sound like what we want it to sound like. So we're going to amp that up to, let's say, 16th note triplets. And now we get that quality that we want back. So as the tempo gets a little bit slower, think of increasing the roll bass in a little bit faster rhythm. As the tempo gets a little bit faster, you're going to do the opposite. So you're going to think of a much bigger, more broad roll bass in order to try to maintain that quality that we want. Yeah, I totally forgot what I was going to say after that. So that's kind of, oh, I remember what it is. So sorry. So as you're going through, this will be the last thing I promise before we take some questions. Going through the piece that you're playing, whether it's an all region or an all state etude or something that maybe you're playing in band or something that your private lesson teacher has you play, one of the best things that you can do is you get the piece, you see, kind of how fast it is or how long some of the rolls are, and you actually practice it without putting any of the rolls in. So you learn the entire piece without any rolls. You just simply substitute whatever roll bass that you're going to put in there and just learn the piece like that. And then once you get really comfortable with that, just go in and stick the buzzes on top of the roll bass, and that's going to A, make it less confusing because you're automatically going to know exactly how many strokes you're going to play. You know exactly what you do. And B, it's going to help keep the tempo going. It's going to help keep the tempo solid because now you're not assigning just a random number of roll strokes and hoping that you're going to get there. You know exactly how many things you're going to do. You know how it's going to sound. You know how open it's going to be. So the best piece of advice for learning a new piece for maybe next year's all region is A, figure out what your roll bass is going to be, look at the tempo, and then B, learn the piece without a single roll in it, and then once you've got that, put the rolls in on top of it. That's how I tend to learn a lot of etudes and solos and stuff like that, and it tends to make it a lot easier. So let's take some questions if we've got those.
Our first one is from Colton, and he asks, what's your opinion on the gap between the thumb and index finger? Should there be a gap or does it matter?
Thumb and index finger, like here? Like this gap here? Oh, from my experience, not having a gap there is more of the way it's supposed to look in like kind of a drumline situation. Would you agree with that? Yeah. So I think when I was back in the day when I was really obsessed with drumline, that's what I was taught, was that the gap was basically kind of a way to get everybody to look consistent so that you didn't have one person this and then another person that and another person that. When I play, I have a gap in there just because that's just kind of the way my fingers rest on the stick. That's where my thumb is at. Yeah, so from my experiences, and this is just me, not having a gap there is more of an aesthetic thing, more of the way it's supposed to look, as opposed to something that's supposed to be functional. Now, does that say that if you don't have a gap there, you're doing it wrong? No, of course not. Everybody's hands are going to be a little bit different. So I think it's just about finding the most natural hand position for you that's going to limit as much tension as possible, because we want to be as relaxed as possible when we play. So maybe having no gap there is, how your hands are built and how the way you get to be as relaxed as possible. Maybe not. So, but from my experience, being taught to do this was more of a looks thing as far as being consistent with 6 or 7 other people. So, yeah.
All right, our next question is from DJ Talbot. What part of the hand do you apply the most pressure with while doing buzz rolls, or is it all even?
Okay, that's a fantastic question. So the question was basically, do I put any tension in any part of my hand to play my buzz rolls? So the answer is yes, a little bit. I don't know how close up this is going to be, so hopefully, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, how close in the camera. So, so when I'm playing, normally if I'm playing, this is kind of what my hands look like. The sticks are kind of falling right there, kind of in a very normal place. I mean, I'm sure if you're at home and you pick up a pair of drumsticks, it's probably going to look something similar to this, right? Once again, I just asked you a question, thinking that somebody was there. Apologies. So when I do a snare drum roll, and it was something that I was hesitant to talk about just because it's, it's easier to talk about when you're here, but I'll throw it out there just for the heck of it. The sticks actually change position in my hand when I roll. So as opposed to them being kind of angled this way, the stick actually kind of falls into this little area between this muscle and this muscle. So it goes from here to there. So it's coming a little bit straight out of my hand. And then on top of that, these back fingers tend to come off of the stick just a little bit in order to let the stick bounce a little bit more. Okay? Hopefully you're all following this. So as far as the tension goes, one, I try to be as relaxed as possible whenever I play. It doesn't matter whether I'm playing snare drum or timpani or drum set or marimba or vibraphone or anything. That's one of my primary goals, is to be as relaxed as possible. Now, with that being said, I do have to put a little bit of tension in my technique when I play, especially with some snare drum rolls. So the majority of the tension, and this is just a little bit, so I don't want you to think that I'm squeezing all the blood out of my thumbs when I do this, is I put a little bit of tension in between my thumb and my index finger. Just a little bit. And that's in order for me to kind of get the bounce that I need. Because a lot of time when I'm playing, the back fingers tend to control a lot of things, and I try to be really relaxed with the fulcrum. So the back fingers tend to take on a little bit more responsibility. In fact, a really good thing to do if you're practicing and you want to learn, you play a little bit more relaxed, is to just play everybody's favorite, the first page of stick control, which I love that page, and play it like this. So play it without a fulcrum, and then let you kind of train your hands, your wrists, and your back fingers to control these things, and then slowly put the fulcrum back on and see if you can mimic what you just did, only with the fulcrum on. So with the rolls, I tend to, take the sticks and switch them position in my hand, and then I put just a tiny, tiny amount of pressure on the fulcrum, just so it can kind of help with that bounce, because this is much different than this. So it's a completely different thing. So I have to change, how I'm doing tension. So I know that was a very long-winded answer to your question, but yes, I put a little bit of tension right here, but I don't want you to think that I'm just squeezing until my fingers are going to break. So, cool. Another question?
Yep.
Yes.
It's from Russia, from Bentonville.
Okay.
Can you play a double drag tap for us?
A double drag tap. Like that? So. Is that kind of what we're going for? So yeah, and the drags are very similar. So I put just a little bit of pressure here. I don't switch where it's in my hand at all, but I do put just a little bit of pressure here. Just there, because I like my drags to have 2 notes in them. So. And I feel more comfortable doing them on my right hand than I do with my left hand, because I'm right-handed and I trust my I trust my right hand more than I trust my left hand. So yes, I hope that was a good answer. I hope that's what she was wanting. Cool. Any other questions? No questions?
Do you notice a difference in, or should somebody be looking out for a difference? You talked about going from bass to roll.
Mm-hmm.
Should somebody be looking out for a difference in stick height when you start putting buzzes on top of that bass that you like?
Yes, that's a great question, because I remember working on this with you. I think it was back in high school or something like that. So if you record yourself with your phone, because it's 2020 and these things are 21 now, sorry. Still getting out of that habit. Because it's easier than ever to record yourself and listen back, because you will become your own teacher. You may hear, like I heard a long time ago, and still try not to hear, that one hand is a little bit louder than the other. Generally, it's your dominant hand, which for me is your right hand. So here's some things that we did that kind of helped that out. So it was it's out of a book called The Snare Drum in the Concert Hall by Al Payson. And the idea is that if you feel like, or if you hear that one hand, that your rolls are a little uneven, I was exaggerating a lot, but if you kind of hear that, it's a very subtle thing. That here's a good way to fix it. What you're going to do is you're basically going to take either triplets or groups of eighth notes if you're in like 12/8, and you're going to buzz on them. And what you're going to do is you're going to accent every hand. So it's going to go right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, right. So without the roll, it'll sound like this. And then what you're going to do is you're going to buzz on top of that, and you're going to keep the accents. And the idea behind it is if you can match the accents from a volume standpoint, then when you take them away, it should also match your hands without the accents. So what you would do is you would just basically take two measures. And the first measure you're going to accent, the second measure you're not going to accent. So it'll sound like this. Okay? Because when you're playing those accents, it's a whole lot easier to hear inconsistencies. So if you hear this, it's really, really easy to hear that. Whereas when you're buzzing and you're playing all these rolls and you're trying to remember all these things, you may not be kind of in tune with hearing those things. So that's another exercise that's really good. I did it with Professor Ragsdale a long time ago when I had trouble doing this, and it fixed it really easily. So match the accents in your buzz rolls, really listen to them, and then when you take them away, you'll be surprised that everything kind of smooths out a little bit easier. So I think that's it for now, or do we have any more questions? Okay.
One just came in.
Okay, one more question. Do we have time for one more?
Sure.
Okay.
From William Sullivan, what's your take on the amount of arm motion in the roll?
Okay, so this is another thing that I'm usually hesitant to talk about unless people are here because it's kind of different. But I'll go ahead and throw it out there anyway. So normally when I'm playing, it's pretty much all wrist. But when I switch to rolls, I go from using my wrist to actually locking my wrist. And when I say lock my wrist, I don't mean have a lot of tension. I just mean I don't move my wrist. And everything comes from my arm. So it goes from this to this. And doing that really helps me kind of fill out the buzz strokes. It helps me get a little bit more weight behind the stroke. And it's also where those drumline exercises come in handy because it teaches you how to go from using your wrist to using your arm and be comfortable going back and forth. So when I roll, I don't use my wrist. I actually use my arm. I think the affectionate term, I think there's the Alan Abel term of, it's called the chicken wing, where you actually do this as opposed to this. So there's a really great book by Will James. I think it's called The Modern Concert Snare Drum Roll, where he talks a lot about that. So if you want more information on that, outside of studying with your teacher and you're just kind of wanting to do it, his name's Will James, The Modern Concert Snare Drum Roll, where he talks about a lot of these concepts because, he's the principal percussionist in the St. Louis Symphony, so he's pretty good. So to answer your question, yes, I do switch to my arm and go back for a couple of reasons. So, yeah. And we're good? All right. Thank you very much. Hopefully you've learned a few things. Hopefully maybe I answered a few questions. And like I said, hopefully we'll get my contact information as part of the live stream, even if it's after we're all done and it's just a YouTube video for the rest of the internet. Feel free to give me a ring, and hopefully I can answer some more questions for you.
Thank you, Dr. Boseman. We're going to move on now. We've got actually a set of pieces that we're going to present for you. The first one is the Ney Rosario Vibraphone Concerto No. 2, the fourth movement. And the second piece is an arrangement by DJ Talbot of Them Changes by Thundercat. The Rosario's first marimba concerto is the most performed concerto for the marimba, and his vibraphone concerto No. 2, or No. 1, is the most performed vibraphone concerto. So he wrote more. There's a marimba concerto No. 2 and a vibraphone concerto No. 2. Walter Ferguson, whom you met earlier with the Har-Ber Percussion Ensemble, who is a graduate of Fayetteville High School, where he studied with Matt Bruska, latched onto the Rosario Vibraphone Concerto No. 2 before the pandemic hit us, and we had every intention to perform the piece with him in the normal way we used to perform pieces. Here's what Walter had to say about his experience with the Rosario. This is Walter speaking. In lieu of a live percussion ensemble accompaniment, I decided to make a backing track. To do this, I transcribed all of the sheet music into MIDI information that could be overdubbed with live percussion, such as shakers and bongos. It was a really fun experience to figure out all the intricacies of creating a backing track that follows time signatures and tempo changes. DJ Talbot is a junior music education major at the University of Arkansas and a graduate of Rogers Heritage High School, where he studied with Jonathan Turner. I remember talking with DJ one day about the George Hamilton Green ragtime xylophone solos that were originally accompanied by piano. In the 1970s, those solos were adapted by Bob Becker as marimba band selections, arranging the piano accompaniment for 4 marimbas and adding a ragtime drum set part. Ragtime was the popular music of the day, the 1910s and 20s. Wouldn't it be interesting to do an arrangement of a current popular tune using a vibraphone soloist, 4 marimbas, and a drum set player? So that's what DJ did. Here's what DJ had to say about his experience with creating his arrangement of Them Changes by Thundercat. I grew inspiration for the orchestration through the numerous rags that have been played at the university. In this arrangement, you'll hear the catchy riff and melody of the Thundercat tune, along with my own original composition serving as the B section. So we hope you enjoy these 2 sections, the Vibraphone Concerto No. 2, Movement 4 with Walter Ferguson, and Them Changes with DJ Talbot. We introduce our last event of the day. We'd like to offer a few final thoughts. We talked about specific things that we've had to learn related to having to assemble music electronically inside a computer. The importance of precision, the importance of knowing your software, and the fact that post-production is going to be 75% of the battle. But there's some life lessons that have come out for us as well as with dealing with the pandemic. One of them is surrender is not an option. Another one is be ready to learn new things. And the third one is that a significant part of success in life is figuring out and working Plan B. Our last event in this day of percussion is Thought Form Collective, a professional percussion trio based in Fayetteville. Historically, professional percussion chamber music groups have centered their work around the creation of new music based on new sound sources, and Thought Form Collective certainly has continued that tradition of originality and creativity. Here they are, Thought Form Collective.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Shear. I'm a member of Thought Form Collective. We're really happy to be here. Thanks to the University of Arkansas for having us out. Like Professor Ragsdale said, we are a percussion ensemble of sorts. We kind of play mostly percussion-based music. We also use synthesizers, computer music, and occasionally other types of instruments, wind instruments, string instruments, whatever. We've played in a bunch of different configurations, from playing on junk out in the woods to playing as a rock band setup with guitar, bass, drums, keyboard vibes, and pretty much everything else in between, classical percussion, found objects, and a number of that you will see here. Our first piece we're going to play is Loops, and this is a piece that we kind of wrote. Drew came up with the idea when he was playing with the sequencer on his synthesizer, which would play patterns in 4 bars at a time. And he tried to do it with other time signatures, and that resulted in a loop that would play, for example, in 9/8, it would play 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 5, and it would cut it 4 beats short and then start over back at the beginning of that 4-bar phrase because it was only 32 beats. And so what he started to do was he would play that, and then he would play in 9/8 over that, and eventually it would get 5 beats off, and then 5 beats off from that, and then 5 beats off from that, until it eventually came back around and worked itself out. So we have a graphic that hopefully kind of demonstrates that, if that's on your screen. And you'll kind of see the first idea where it's just a 9/8 pattern, and then the second idea where it's that 32-beat phrase. So Drew will play the 9/8 pattern, I will play the 32-beat phrase, and we will continue that loop of sorts until it comes back around and meets up. And we're going to play that one time through just on pipes. We originally played it on a vibraphone with Drew on one side of the instrument and myself on the other. Obviously, with social distancing, that's a little bit different now. So in order for us to get 6 feet apart, we're playing on tuned pipes. And then we will play it 2 more times with added percussion and other things, including playing with our feet and playing desk bells. And hopefully you guys enjoy it. All right, the next piece we're going to be playing is called Interruption Number 3. And this comes from a performance that we did about a year and a half ago now. And we played an hour-long concert out in the woods for the opening of a new nature preserve. And the idea behind that was sort of immersion in nature and also conservation and trying to escape from the interruption of things like our electronic devices and just being able to enjoy nature. And so the majority of the instruments that we used for this performance were found objects or things that we made. And so we're playing on stuff like lawnmower blades, bottles, planks of wood, pots and pans. We got some root beer mini kegs over there. A lot of different stuff. And this is sort of one of the interruptions from the more aleatoric music that we were playing for that hour. And in this piece, we're kind of, I like to talk about high schoolers and college kids playing music outside of that educational academic setting. A lot of times we don't have access to things like marimbas and vibraphones and timpani. And so you can use, for example, stuff like this, tuned pipes or pieces of wood or pots and pans to make really cool music when you don't have access to things like the typical concert percussion that you're used to playing in your school programs. So when you get together with your friends and you want to jam out, you might have a drum set, but you might not have much else. Maybe this can give you some ideas on things that you can use that you might have laying around or might be able to make. Hope you enjoy Interruption Number 3. All right, that was interruption number 3. One thing I did forget to mention, that giant gong you see is not a found object. That is an instrument that we purchased. We did not, however, play it out in the woods. That's not something I really want to haul half a mile out into a nature preserve on a hot summer day. But we figured we had it. We're going to play in a concert hall. We might as well use it. So this next piece we're playing, we are currently titling Counting Game. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the way that we kind of write music as a group. And a lot of times it comes from us just goofing off in rehearsals. You know, sometimes we write stuff, we'll write a whole piece, bring it in, play it the way it's written, and do that sort of the more traditional way. A lot of times we kind of sit around and jam and talk about different ideas with each other and play off of what each of our kind of, you know, different things that we bring to the table are. So this particular piece started from kind of that joke that people hear or say, and it's like, yeah, I can play in 7, no problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Which is actually an 8. But, you know, and we kept going into 8 is actually a 9, and to 9 is actually in 10, and so on, and then you get 12, you get 13, and it starts to layer into kind of weird rhythms. So we started out, we were just counting it out loud, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we started to realize that we were kind of accenting certain beats just because of the way that our mouths form those syllables when we speak them. And so we started to add different percussion sounds to it. And then eventually we started, it's like, well, what if we kind of layered different times over the top of each other? Kind of similar to what we were doing in the first piece, loops. And so what you get is sort of this really weird game. Eventually we removed the clapping, but we have sort of this graphic to show you. We'll play a 4-bar intro, or we'll play an intro 4 times in unison. And then on this graphic, you'll see 3 lines on the second half of the page, and the top one is labeled 9, I think. The second one is labeled 10, and the third one is labeled 11. And each of us will be playing one of those patterns, and there will be a foot instrument, there will be clapping, and there will be a desk bell, and we will alternate desk bell pitches. And hopefully it'll kind of gel together into sort of a nice rhythmic pattern. There will be some hemiolas. There will be moments where you think we're about to line up, but maybe we're not. And then eventually we will all come back together and end in a unison. Unless we completely screw up, and then either the piece is going to be very short or very long. So without further ado, here is Counting Game. All right, the next piece that we're going to be playing for you is an excerpt from our performance this past November of Murnau's Nosferatu. We were invited by Katie Henriksen of the Trillium Salon series here in town to do a live scoring of that film. Originally, it was going to be sort of a Halloween theme, and we ended up doing it in November after Halloween, but it was a lot of fun. It was our first, real live gig that wasn't out in a parking lot somewhere. We did it in a parking garage, so it was very similar, but it was enclosed with windows and everything, and it was like this nice, real-life performance that we hadn't really gotten in a while because of the pandemic and not being able to play, in your normal venues that you would normally play at. And you'll see in the video that we used a lot of instruments to score this. And the other thing that's unique about this live scoring is that it was improvised. And when I say improvised, I don't mean we completely made up every single thing on the spot, but we set certain parameters. We brought certain instruments, obviously, so we were limited to that. And we decided, we're going to attribute certain themes or certain ideas to certain characters and certain events, but everything else was completely live on the spot. We, quote unquote, rehearsed by playing along to the film and just kind of seeing what happened. And it was a really interesting experience. We had a lot of fun doing it. And I would recommend, for those of you that may be interested in film scoring, start with things like Nosferatu and the early silent films, because you can do so much because there's no other sound work. You're in charge of everything for the mood of that movie. And it can be really, really cool to work with. And it's really fun to improvise as well, rather than just kind of writing it all out. But before we talk too much more about improvisation, I'll go ahead and let you guys watch a 5-minute snippet from our performance of the live improvised soundtrack for Nosferatu.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. My name's Carson Van Duke, another member of Thoughtform Collective, and I'm here to talk a little bit about improvisation. So improvisation can be a really helpful tool for musicians, but it can also be kind of contrary to what a lot of people might think, very daunting task to take under. When we talk about improvisation, starting to play with no double bar line in sight, no ultimate goal, it can be kind of scary, especially for younger musicians or people who aren't as experienced doing it. And so one way that you can help kind of guide the process is with rules. So, much like board games need rules, improvisations can get helped out a lot with parameters that you can set for yourselves. Those things could be time limits or specific instrumentation, things you might think about during the performance, basically anything that you can come up with. And it's good to have, 3 or 4 of those per time. Don't try to overload yourself with them. That's too much to think about. But just a couple of things to think about during the improvisation can really help you achieve that goal of practicing improvisation. So our parameters for right now are going to be time limit. We're going to play for 4 minutes. Drew's got a timer set. We're going to think about playing patterns and try to, not only patterns, but we're going to try to focus on patterns and kind of let those help develop the music. And the third one is Chris is going to hit that big old gong of his to end us off. Hope you enjoy our live improvisation.
Hi, I'm Drew Morris, the third member of this group for today. I just want to talk to you about the last piece we're going to play. Whenever we first formed, we looked around and we kind of had the same setup as kind of a rock band. If you substitute vibraphone for guitar, or guitar for vibraphone. And we started looking around for potential arrangements that already existed, and we came across the Clibber Jones Ensemble, which is a group that Olivia Kiefer ran for a while, and I'd connected with her on Twitter, and I reached out, and she gave us some tunes. And so this next one, called CDDK, is a piece that we've played in several different versions. So today it happens to be me on synth, Chris on vibes, and also Mallet Station, and then Carson on drum set. I highly encourage you to look into Olivia's work, Olivia Kiefer's work. She has some vibraphone stuff and a lot of percussion, and also band things. So give her a look. Anyway, this is the last piece. Thank you for listening to us. I think we're going to have, if there's any questions, we'll answer those after this. But this is our last piece, CDDK by Olivia Kiefer.